to the Windward Island School Games 2026. St. Lucia welcomes Grenada to the Windward Island School Games 2026. St. Lucia welcomes St. Vincent and the Grenadines to Windward Island School Games 2026. And St. Lucia is proud to host the Windward Island School Games 2026. One, two. Thank you to the Royal St. Lucia Police Band. Parliamentary Representative for Soufrière Forcé Jacques and Member of Cabinet, the Honorable Emma Hippolyte, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Permanent Secretary, Department of Youth Development and Sports, Dr. Euralis Delay, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry for Education, Youth Development, Sports and Digital Transformation, Ms. Alfia Emmanuel, other Permanent Secretaries and Deputy Permanent Secretaries, senior government officials, Directors of Sports, Presidents and representatives of various sporting associations, representatives of boards and commissions, other specially invited guests, teachers, parents, student athletes, media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much and welcome to the Mecca, Soufrière, the first capital of St. Lucia and now town and home to the world's only drive-through volcano and the Twin Peaks in the distance. My name is Alan Splant alongside Mr. Kimdall Eugene, and it is our pleasure to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for this afternoon's opening ceremony at the 2026 Windward Island School Games. And for us, today is a very special day as we gather to commence one of the Caribbean's premier school sports events. Over the next several days, the best young athletes from across the Windward Islands will come together not only to compete for medals and championships, but to build friendships, strengthen regional ties, and demonstrate the true values of sportsmanship, discipline, and excellence. This afternoon, we are proud to see the participation of 4 Windward Islands. Representing the Nation Isle of the Caribbean, please welcome the Commonwealth of Dominica. Representing the Spice Isle, please welcome Grenada. The gem of the Eastern Caribbean, representing the beautiful islands of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, please give a warm welcome. And last but not least, but not to show my bias, home of 100-meter Olympic champion Julian Alfred, the host country, St. Lucia. And to our athletes, thank you for the commitment, sacrifice, and determination that have brought you here. We wish each and every one of you an unforgettable experience, spirited competition, and every success throughout these games. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back, enjoy the strength, speed, and teamwork that awaits us as we officially begin the 2026 Windward Islands School Games. Can we get a round of applause, please? At this time, I would like to ask everyone to please stand as we have a word of prayer by one of our student athletes from the Soufriere Comprehensive Secondary School, ladies and gentlemen, Michaela Cyprian.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity to gather for the opening of the 2026 Windward Island Games. Bless the celebration of youth, unity, and sporting excellence, and watch over every athlete, coach, official, volunteer, and spectator throughout these games. Grant each athlete the strength to compete with courage, integrity, discipline, and respect. May victory be met with humility, defeat with grace, and every competition reflect the true spirit of sportsmanship and friendship. Bless the participating Windward Islands and the host nation, St. Lucia. May these games strengthen regional unity, foster lasting relationships, and inspire the next generation to pursue excellence both on and off the field. May your presence guide and protect everyone throughout these games. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing. Sorry, all. I should have told you all. I'm sorry. At this time, we will have the playing of the national anthems of our participating countries in the order: Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia. Thank you very much to the Royal Lucia Police Band. At this time, I would like to ask the 4 captains from the islands to please join us here under the tent.
As make their way to the tent, at this time we would like to call the parliamentary representative for Soufrière Forcé-Jacques to deliver the welcome remarks. Honorable Emma Hippolyte.
Dr. Uelis Dile, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Sports, other sporting officials from the ministry, visiting teams from Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent, and the home team, St. Lucia. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As parliamentary representative for Soufrière, it is my distinct pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each of you. To those visiting St. Lucia for the first time, welcome to our beautiful island. And to all who have gathered here in Soufrière for this historical opening ceremony. And to all who have gathered here in Soufrière for this historic opening ceremony of the 2026 Windward Island School Games. we are honored to welcome you to our community. Your journey from your respective islands to St. Lucia, and then from the north of the island along the scenic winding roads of the western coast to Soufrière, is no small undertaking. For some of you, this ceremony will be followed immediately by your first competition in the tracks. That journey is more than a journey of miles. It is a symbol of the journey each athlete must take in pursuit of excellence. The road to success is rarely straight. Like the road to Soufrière, it has twists and turns, steep climbs, unexpected delays, and moments that test your resolve. But every bend also reveals a new view. Every challenge builds character, and every step forward brings you closer to your goal. The greatest athletes are not simply those who win medals. They are those who dare to leave the comfort zones, embrace discipline, persevere through setbacks, and compete with integrity. This week, each of you will stand beside competitors who share your passion and your dream. Compete fiercely, but compete fairly. Celebrate your victories with humility. Accept your setbacks with grace, and leave this island better than you arrived. As you spend the next few hours in Soufrière, the home of the majestic pitons, our UNESCO World Heritage Site, the world's only drive-in volcano, spectacular waterfalls, and a people renowned for their warmth and resilience, I hope you will be inspired not only by the beauty of this place, but also by its spirit. Let that spirit remind you that greatness is built one step, one effort, one moment at a time. On behalf of the people of Soufrière, I extend my sincere best wishes to every athlete, coach, team manager, technical official, volunteer, organizer, and supporter. Thank you for sacrifices you've made to be here, and for the role you play in strengthening youth development, regional friendship, and sporting excellence across the Windward Islands. May these games produce personal bests, unforgettable memories, lifelong friendship, and moments that inspire the next generation of athletes. As you compete over the coming days, remember that while there will be champions in every event, we are all united by a common purpose. We are stronger together than apart. 4 teams, 1 dream. Welcome to Soufrière. Welcome to St. Lucia. May God bless each of you, and may the 2026 Windward Island School Game be an outstanding success. May God guide each one of us. I thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we would like to call on Mr. U.D. John, the Senior Sports Officer. We're going to have a few brief remarks from each island sports director or designate. So calling on Mr. John.
From where?
I said Dominica.
Let me just see what you have.
Once you establish protocol, let's go.
I recognize this afternoon the presence of the members of cabinet of the St. Lucia government, especially our parliamentary representative, the Soufriere constituency currently hosts. Let me ask from you, Madam Minister, to adopt the protocol that have been established. Thank you, Madam Minister. Greetings to you from the government and the people of Dominica, and to say a special thank you for hosting us yet again at another Windward Island School Games. Let me first apologize for the absence of the presence of Mr. Trevor Shillingford, the coordinator in the Ministry of Culture, Youth, Sports, and Community Development. I know Mr. Shillingford would have loved to be here, but due to circumstances, he is not yet. Because I will guarantee you that, believe it or not, you will see his face sometime soon. But at this opening ceremony, I bring his warm regards. Let me also compliment the Ministry of Sports and the government of St. Lucia for putting together games such as these. These games have proven that it is there for the long haul, having a tradition of over 100 years. The longest games in our Western Hemisphere that caters for youth in such a manner. These games have proven to be very important in the development of not just the individuals, but as we build our nations. I was privileged to serve as coach when Kirani James graced the spaces and provided or was part of the energies that you will see as the youth display their talents in their unique ways. But Kirani was a special breed, and we all know what he went on to do. He went on to be a gold medalist as an Olympian. But that has also trickled down through the countries. And so today, Dominica and St. Lucia can boast of Olympic champions. Never underestimate the value of pathway programs. And this pathway program has allowed our youth in our 4 territories to go out and represent themselves, their parents, their schools, and their nations at various regional, continental, and international games. And because those games have provided such a unique perspective in developing our nation, I want to express my thanks to the many sponsors that continue to make it possible. Let me single out CB and our various national lotteries. Your injection of financial resources has continued to help develop our nation in ways that we need to express gratitude. And so, on behalf of all the participants, on behalf of all these nations, I thank you. I also thank you to the various governments that have spared no efforts in providing these opportunities for our youth. Some of us are past athletes. Some of us, we enjoyed the opportunity being part of those games. And so we are thankful that having recognized the value of this importance, of this opportunity, that you provide is for our youth. So once again, I say thank you on behalf of Dominica for hosting us, and I say thank you on behalf of all the contingents.
Thank you very much, Mr. John. For Dominica, make some noise. We're now moving on to Grenada, and we would like to call on the assistant manager of Team Grenada, Ms. Shakira Collins. Ms. Collins will deliver her remarks.
Honorable Emma, Parliamentary Representative for Soufrière for Sejac, committee to adopt protocol already established. On behalf of Team Grenada, it is our honor to represent at the 2026 CBS Windward Island School Games. To our host, St. Lucia, thank you for your warm hospitality and for welcoming us with such generosity. To our fellow athletes, coaches, officials, and supporters from across the Windward Islands, we are honored to share this unforgettable experience with you. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the governments of our respective islands for their continued investments in these games, recognizing the invaluable role they play in developing our young athletes, strengthening regional unity, and inspiring the next generation. Now, as defending champions, are we going to win again? Of course. But one thing is for sure, titles are wonderful, but they don't last forever. Records can be broken, trophies can change hands, but the friendships, memories, and respect we build over the next few days will last a lifetime. These games are about more than winning medals. They are about building friendships, celebrating our cultures, inspiring each other, and creating memories that will last a lifetime. As we compete with passion, let us also support each other, grow together, and live not just as better athletes, but as lifelong friends. We wish everyone success and a safe competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collymore, representing the island of Grenada. Grenada, I can hear the noise already. Grenada, continue. And now we would like to call on Ms. Roxelle John, the Director of Sports, representing St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
All right, a pleasant good afternoon to all, and especially to the Honorable Emma Hippolyte, a Parliamentary Representative for Soufrière for Sejac, and a Cabinet member. Please, Ms. Hippolyte, allow me to establish the protocol established. It is a pleasure for me this afternoon, on behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to extend a sincere thank you to the government of St. Lucia and the Ministry of Youth, Development and Sports for hosting this year's games and for the warm hospitality shown to all of our delegations. The Windward Island School Sports Games have brought together islands for more than 100 years. This is an achievement that we all must be proud of. For over a century, these games have united young people across the Windward Islands, creating friendship, healthy competition, and memories that last a lifetime. To the athletes, this is your moment. Represent your schools, your communities, and your countries with pride. Respect your fellow competitors and make the most of this opportunity. to the coaches, officials, volunteers, parents, and supporters. Thank you for the encouragement, sacrifice, commitment to development of our youth. As we celebrate more than a century of this proud tradition, let us continue to play our part in keeping it alive. By investing in sport, we are investing in our most valuable resource, our young people. They are our future leaders, innovators, professionals, and ambassadors of our nation. Every opportunity provided through sports helps to build confidence, strengthen character, promote healthy lifestyle, and inspire excellence. When we invest in the youth, we are investing in stronger families, stronger communities, and a brighter future for the Windward Islands. I wish every delegation a safe, enjoyable, and successful games. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. John SVG. At this time, we'd like to call to the podium the sports director from St. Lucia, Mr. Clive F. Jules, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Emma Hippolyte, permission to adopt the already established protocol. Thank you so much. I'd like to also recognize the Permanent Secretary in the Department of Youth Development and Sports, Dr. Urelis Dile, and of course to acknowledge the support that you've been providing to the youth development agenda in St. Lucia. Of course, youth development through sports. I am called again one more year to deliver remarks as a director at the Windward Island School Games. And I'm sure for over 100 years, as you would have heard before, other directors would have been called upon to do so. The game has a very rich history, and St. Lucia is proud to continue the legacy of the Windward Island School Games. We have committed to the preservation of the games and the preservation of the pathway of sport development through engagement of our young athletes. The game presents an opportunity, a unique opportunity for sub-regional unity. At a time when individualism and nationalism is a conversation around the globe, the Windward Island School Games remain one of the few institutions that bring the four islands together as they do. As we celebrate the 2026 Windward Island School Games, St. Lucia reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening the cooperation and to continue to invest in the sharing of expertise, creating more opportunities for competition for our student athletes within our school system. So to every participating delegation, I want to wish you well. The games present a very busy roster. It calls upon the athletes to perform in multi-disciplines. The coaches and the management staff, you have your work cut out for you. I would like to encourage you throughout this time to unite, continue to support each other within the delegation and within the Windward Island School Games institution. St. Lucia is committed to this. I'm wishing every delegation well, and of course, may the best team emerge victorious.
St. Lucia, make some noise. That's Mr. Clive Drews, the Director of Sports, St. Lucia. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue into the program, it is important to note that all our team captains for Windward Island School Games 2026 are women. I want you to give our ladies a round of applause as they take the position of leadership in sports. Quite a notable feat. But continuing with the remarks at this time, I would like to call Miss Althea Emmanuel, the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Department of Education and Digital Transformation.
Thank you, Mr. Plant. Honorable Emma Hippolyte, Parliamentary Representative Soufriere Forster-Jacques, please permit me to adopt the protocol. Thank you. It is my distinct honor and privilege on behalf of the Department of Education and Digital Transformation to welcome you to the official opening of the 2026 Windward Island School Games. Today marks more than the commencement of a regional sporting competition. It marks the celebration of our shared Caribbean identity, our enduring partnerships, and our collective investment in the development of our young people who will shape the future of our region. As host nation, St. Lucia is deeply honored to welcome the delegations from Dominica, Grenada, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Your presence reflects a tradition of friendship, cooperation, and mutual respect that has defined the Windward Islands for generations. We are delighted to receive you and trust that your stay will be both enjoyable and memorable. The Windward Island Games represents one of the most meaningful expressions of regional collaboration. While these games showcase athletic excellence, they also reinforce values that lie at the heart of education: discipline, perseverance, integrity, respect, teamwork, and leadership. These are the very qualities that prepare our young people not only for success in sport, but for meaningful contributions to their schools, communities, and nations. The games have been carefully planned to provide an athletic-centered experience that is safe, inclusive, technically sound, and professionally executed. Beyond the competition itself, they are intended to strengthen regional sporting collaboration, foster cultural exchange, and create lasting memories for every participant. And as our director said, the cultural exchange is very important. Student athletes, allow me to offer a special message. You have earned the privilege of representing your schools and your countries through dedication, discipline, and countless hours of preparation. As you take to the courts, fields, and track, remember that you are ambassadors of your respective nations. Compete with courage. Respect your opponents. Honor the rules. Support your teammates. And above all, let your conduct reflect the highest ideals of sportsmanship. Whether you stand on the podium or your commitment and determination, character will define your success for more than a medal ever can. In closing, may I say the 2026 Windward Island Games strengthen the bonds that unite our nations, inspire lifelong friendships, and leave an enduring legacy of excellence throughout the Windward Islands. To every athlete, coach, official, and visitor, I wish you a safe and successful and unforgettable experience in St. Lucia. Welcome to St. Lucia, and thank you.
Thank you very much, DPF. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to call on the team captains to deliver the oath. And we will start with Dominica. I guess I'll have to hold the mic. So, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no more rain. Yeah.
And we have each captain. From Dominica, we have Kenya John. From Grenada, Zenia Collins. In Vincent and the Grenadines, we have Veronique Mitchell. And St. Lucia, Janika Albert. I'll put in between them.
In the name of all competitors, I promise that we shall take part in these Windward Island School Games. In the name of all competitors, I promise that we shall take part in these Windward Island School Games, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them, committing ourselves to a sport without doping and without drugs, in the true spirit of sportsmanship, for the glory of sport and the honor of our teams.
Yeah, you could go back to the stand. And for the officials' oath, Mrs. Lisa Joseph Burton. Miss Lisa Joseph Burton.
In the name of all judges and officials, I promise that we will officiate in these Windward Island School Games with complete impartiality, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them in the true spirit of sportsmanship.
And ladies and gentlemen athletes, to declare the Windward Island School Games open, the Permanent Secretary in the Department of Youth Development and Sports, Dr. Eurylis Delaire.
On behalf of the Ministry for Education, Youth Development, Sports and Digital Transformation, Honorable Kenson Casimir, I extend warm greetings to all our distinguished guests, athletes, officials, coaches, volunteers, and supporters gathered here today. The Honorable Minister regrets that he is unable to join us for this historic occasion, and he is currently out of state on official government business. He has asked me to convey his best wishes to all participating teams and to express his confidence that these games will strengthen the bonds of friendship and cooperation that unite the Windward Islands. St. Lucia is honored to host these games, and we are proud to welcome our brothers and sisters from Dominica, Grenada, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. May your stay be enjoyable, your competition spirited, and your experiences memorable. It is now my distinct honor and privilege, on behalf of the Minister for Education, Youth Development, Sports and Digital Transformation, the government and people of St. Lucia, to officially declare the 2026 Windward Island School Games open. May these games be safe, competitive, memorable, and filled with outstanding performances and lasting friendships. Thank you, and may the games begin.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary. All right, and very happy to declare, or as PS said, to declare the games open. And just for us to finish the opening ceremony and to start what we came here for, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. So on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Youth Development, Sports and Digital Transformation, I extend our sincere thanks to everyone who contributed to the success of this opening ceremony. Special thanks to the Honorable Emma Hippolyte and her warm welcome to Suthre, and to the Honorable Ministers, senior government officials, and distinguished guests for honoring us with your presence. Our appreciation also goes to our Permanent Secretary, Dr. Eurylis Delay, for her leadership and unwavering support. Thank you to Mr. Rohan Lubor for his commitment and dedication. We also thank the directors of sports of Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia for the continued collaboration in making these games possible. Our sincere gratitude is extended to the Royal St. Lucia Police Band, their outstanding musical contribution, to Nikela Cyprian, our sponsors, volunteers, coaches, officials, performers, and members of the media for their invaluable support. Finally, to all our student athletes, compete with pride, respect, and good sponsorship, and cherish friendships these games will create. Thank you, and let the 2026 Windward School Islands Games begin. Ladies and gentlemen, students, make some noise for your countries. Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia.
Thank you very much, Alan. I have left the podium and found my way right next to the DJ, just because I want to make sure he represented for every single island. I want you to get one of your bigger songs for each island. Let's start with Dominica first. What big song you have from Dominica, friend? Wow. Okay, we're coming to you in a little while. What song you have for me, please? Ready?
I'm gonna boom my flight today. Straight from New York to the air. Don't have no stress, my bills don't pay.
Yeah, boy. Let's go now.
Okay.
All right then. Link the crew, what they do, get some girls and the mood. Love me do is the anthem. I tell you, love me do.
Let's go to Grenada right now. You look like you have a little bit of song. You feel like you're all right. What you have from Grenada for me?
I say load me up with the oil. Everything had to spoil. From grandma put on to trial. They've been wanting this for a while. Deal with them in a style. When stars align, great the sun shines on hatred in space and time. So still we rise with grace and with faith in the morning, with chains and all.
One check. I am a backpacker. All right.
Don't make me backpacker.
Okay. Now, you have a whole heap of intentions right there. Where is friend that what should you tell him to play? No, come. Yeah, no, come here. I am going to make sure he find your song for you. Oh, you're looking for trouble now. Yeah, you're going to make sure they never hire me again if that song. Yeah, yeah, they're not going to hire me. After I play that, I can guarantee you I on the blacklist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that. I can guarantee you I on the blacklist.
To be independent, above a down collect pregnant. Sunset of independent, make grandpa drink up the passion. Just do it detection, we drink that rum without pardon. People bad no caution, but we don't kill some man. He said, do not drink no rum, carnival Tuesday.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Soufrière Stadium, venue for the 2026 Windward Islands School Games. The four competing nations here, the Commonwealth of Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and of course, Team St. Lucia. The opening event of the Windward Islands School Games, the opening discipline. Athletics, track and field. We had the field events this morning, most of the field events this morning. And those were contested at the Mindu Phillip Park up in Castries. Following the conclusion of the field event, just 8 events this morning. Shot put, discus throw, javelin throw and high jump for boys and girls under 20 or under 21 should be. In 4th place with 63 points after those first 8 events. In 4th place, Team St. Lucia. In 3rd, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They have 69 of St. Lucia. In 2nd place with 77 points, Dominica. And leading the standings, defending overall champions, Team Grenada. They are on 84 points. So that's how we stand coming into the track event. Track events this afternoon, of course, here at the Soufrière Stadium. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 4th last year. St. Lucia, they placed 3rd. The meet was held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dominica, they were 2nd, and Grenada, the champions. 4 teams, 1 dream. This event, of course, sponsored by Caribbean Banknote and Windward Islands Lottery, Winlot. Over the next 8 days, these 4 teams will be competing at venues across St. Lucia. The disciplines include basketball, netball, volleyball, and football. Competition continuing tomorrow in the north of the island. But today is going to be all athletics. Who will get the games off to the strongest start. Grenada already off to a flying start from this morning's event at the Mindu Phillip Park. Tomorrow, netball, St. Lucia versus Dominica from 10 a.m. And then at 12 noon, Grenada takes on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's going to be at the Beausejour Gymnasium, adjacent to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. In the afternoon, volleyball will get underway from 1:30. 1:30 p.m. Dominica versus Grenada, St. Lucia versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines, both men's matches. And then in women's volleyball, Dominica against Grenada and St. Lucia against St. Vincent and the Grenadines from 3 p.m. At 6 p.m., Dominica takes on Grenada and St. Lucia plays St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So tomorrow, Sunday, netball, volleyball and football. The netball and the volleyball will both be at the Beausejour Gymnasium. The football will be at the Francis Babalastic grounds in Grosley. Ministry of Education, Youth Development, Sports and Digital Transformation, the ministry responsible for the management and delivery of the Windward Island School game, with the directors of youth and sports and the ministries of youth and sports in the other 3 Windward Islands. These games have been going on for over 100 years. We are underway with the one field event that we have this afternoon, hoping to get you some results from over in the long jump area. The boys long jump getting us underway. The 400 meters will be our first event on the track. Hopefully we'll be able to get you some of the directors of sport and the leaders, team leaders from some of the other participating territories as well. He gets a white flag. There's the athlete there from Grenada. Hopefully we'll be able to get more information on what's taking place over there. We should be getting some information on the competitors in the long jump momentarily. Really, that was Calix. And now we have Darwin Ford. Darwin Ford represented St. Lucia this year at the Caribbean Games in the triple jump, but he's also a very talented cricketer. Under 19 player for Team St. Lucia. I think there may be a couple of them as well from other territories. Trevor Sylvan earlier this morning won a high jump for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Christophe Calix from Grenada. Ford, of course, from St. Lucia. Jean-Baptiste Dominica. Randall Monroe, Carifta medalist in the long jump from St. Lucia, was also fourth in the under-17 high jump. Joshua Telesford, Kareem Davis from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Jeriah Lewis representing for the Commonwealth of Dominica. Jeriah Lewis was second last year in this event, cleared 6.70 meters. That though was Kareem Jean-Baptiste. The action, of course, is going to be fast and furious here on the tracks because we will be going to straight finals all the way through. 4 teams, 2 athletes per team in each event. So we should be zipping through the action. Monroe on the runway. Doesn't look terribly pleased with his effort there. Didn't necessarily have a great time of it this morning in the high jump. As we said, Sylvan won the high jump, 1.96 meters for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I think the only gold medal this morning for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Karim Jobatista of Dominica was second with a height of 1.93 meters. So those two coming in already with some degree of confidence, certainly. Ladies making their way out for the 400 meters, whilst Telesford takes his next attempt in the long jump. That looked like a good one. Funny enough, you saw the young lady officiating in the long jump, Noya Alexander. Her sister, Zoya Alexander, is a member of Team St. Lucia, so she's going to be competing whilst her sister officiates. She's actually coming up in the 400 meters, which is going to be our first event on the track. Top two from last year are both back. Akeisha Luke from the Commonwealth of Dominica and Annalisa Brown from Grenada. But Brown on form, looking very sharp and very strong this year. Annalisa Brown out there in lane 5 is here, adjusting her blocks near the top of your screen. Here is Isabel Emilienne. So a change for Team St. Lucia. Alexander not included in the 400 after all. Isabella Emilienne comes in. She's been to the Caribbean Games a couple of times. She'll also be representing in netball later this week. Was a member of the team to the Jean Pierre Under 16 Caribbean Championships. Number 1494. Isabella Emilienne in lane 1. Plenty of rain here this afternoon beneath the shadow of the pitons, beginning to clear up considerably. So it looks as though we'll have a lovely evening for athletics. Chastity Daniel, Commonwealth of Dominica. Unica Quao, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, competed here last year in this meet. Aria Carter, also of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The likely event favorite, Annalisa Brown, silver medal last year, just 16 years old. Akeisha Luke from the Commonwealth of Dominica, defending champion. Annie Logie, representing Grenada, 17 years old. And also 17, Nyla Cox, Team St. Lucia, student of Leon Hess Comprehensive Secondary School. And they're off cleanly in the first track event of the day. Brown, Luke, very much in the thick of things here. And the defending champion, Akeisha Luke, looking very, very sharp. Nyla Cox also looking good as they come through just about 150 meters. Akeisha Luke, the defending champion, looking good, but the Grenadians both are on her heels. And here comes that young lady, Annalisa Brown. We told you to watch out for her, and she is on her way to upgrade from the silver last year to the bronze, or to the gold rather, in 2026. All Annalisa Brown there. And Annalisa Brown, interestingly enough, she is somebody that we can look forward to seeing later on today as well in the 800 meters. Carifta silver medalist in the 800 meters. Boca Secondary School is where she calls home.
Ladies and gentlemen, the races to follow: 400 meter boys, 100 meter girls, 100 meter boys. We get to see
First event done and dusted, and the Dominicans, notwithstanding their second place finish in that event, are in very, very good spirits. They've been drumming since morning. Brown could have a very busy day because she might be involved as well in the 1500 meters. She also got a medal in the 1500 meters at the Carifta Games. So she took 2 medals. Finish Line Sports Club, where she is coached by Ronald Charles. So that's one event down for the afternoon, and Grenada gets us off to a very solid start. Later on from Annalisa Brown, but she gets the job done, perhaps trying to keep something in the tank for later in the day. As I said, she is somebody that we can expect to see more of later in the evening. Plus, she'll have certainly her duties. She is entered for the 800 and the 1500, as well as the 4x1 and the 4x4. So she's somebody that we can expect to see quite a bit of this afternoon. But we move now to the 400 meters for boys, event number 18. I think that might be our javelin throw champion from this morning, Nicole Williams, Commonwealth of Dominica, getting some knitting, crocheting, doing some sort of needlework, it looked like.
the events to follow this afternoon will be the 800 meter girls, 800 meter boys, 200 meter girls, and a 200 meter boys.
So looking at our 400 meters, should be a very, very interesting race. In this one, we have Daryl Daniel from Grenada, as well as Limo Olivier from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And this is the island check. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, make some noise. All right, Dominique, make some noise. St. Lucia, make some noise. Grenada, make some. Is Grenada in house?
We just got Royal Hamlet on screen there. Green now on your screen. And that man, Limo Olivier, covered up by the graphic, but Olivier is definitely one to look out for. He was a silver medalist last year. Has been running about the same times from last season. Daryl Daniel, the only athlete in the field consistently under 48 seconds this year. Olivier, a student at the St. Vincent Grammar School. So we're getting set for the 400 meters in the under 21 boys. False start, faulty start. We'll find out soon enough. Olivier, no stranger either to this level of competition. As I said, he's silver medalist last year, but also no stranger to competing across the region. He would have been at the Whitsuntide Games earlier this year. And in fact, finished second in the under 20 400 meters, where he ran 47.95 seconds. He was behind Jamarian Mallet of Barbados. All right, looks as though we're going to have a clean reset. Chris Toussaint, Commonwealth of Dominica. Evan John, St. Lucia. Teron Muckett, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Daniel in lane 4, look out for him from Grenada. Caden Sam, St. Lucia. Hamlet, Dominica. Green, Grenada. And Olivier, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Going to be a tough lane for Olivier to operate from. They get a green card, the field. Daniel, you can see him in the background there. In lane 4 in the middle of the pack. Going to be interesting to see how Olivier navigates the field. It's pretty much a blind draw going into these events. As you said, just 8 athletes. So there's really very little room for favoritism. Technical meeting would have been held last night. All of the teams would have shaken out their various entries for today. Everything seems to be back in order for the restart of the 400 meters. Just about ready to go once again. Soufrière Carnival this weekend. Who will be dancing at the end of this one? Olivier. That's the right thing. Although he did get his knee up a little bit early. He gets the attention of the officials. Don't think he was being held unduly long in the blocks, but he was not comfortable. Toussaint, John, Muckett, Daniel, Sam, Hamlet, Green, and Olivier. Muckett 6th last year, Toussaint 7th. They'll be looking to increase their points tallies from this event. I think there's a little bit of disquiet in the stand. The drums going, but they're off cleanly this time around. Olivier has to go hard all the way. John makes up the stag a little bit. Here comes Daniel. It's all right now. Daniel and Olivier. Lovely shot from above there. Daniel is giving great chase. It's Daniel and Olivier. Olivier, can he hold on? No. Coming into the home street, it's basically neck and neck. There goes Olivier. Olivier pulling away. And Olivier has the speed endurance to just about take it over the line. What a brilliant run there. Darrell Daniel looks as though he might just have been catching him coming into the home straight. But Olivier dug deep, went into his reserves, and got the victory. Team SVG, Limo Olivier, victorious on this occasion. Limo Olivier would also have competed for that at the Mason Hall Police Youth Club Juvenile Championships, running 48.81 seconds just a couple of weeks ago in Trinidad and Tobago, and placing fourth in the under 18 final. His coach, Michael Olivier, I'm not sure if there's any relation. Michael Olivier of that would have spent some time in St. Lucia, where he founded the Moon Stars Athletics Club, would also have lived in Jamaica for quite some time. I know he's tuned in, as a number of athletes from IDDAT Academy on the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. Olivier, someone we may be seeing later today as well in the 200 meters.
100-meter athletes, please make your way to quorum number 2. 100-meter athletes, please make
Kobe Olivier is also in the team. Limo Olivier definitely is going to be competing in the 200 meters later in the day, and we'll surely see him in the 4x1 and 4x4. So that's our first event done and dusted. Excellent runs from our expectant winners. Limo Olivier, St. Vincent and Grenadines, and Annalisa Brown of Grenada. Woodson Tide Games champion, ran 55.85 in that event, so great range for her. Runs 400, 800, 1500. Carifta medals under 17 in the 800 and 1500 meters. Up next, the 100 meters. That's going to be followed by the 800, 200 and 1500, and then we will have the relays. Blocks being moved now for the 100 meters. So points at the end of each discipline are allocated to the respective teams. I think we should have results coming in for the girls. So Annalisa Brown winning in a new personal best, 53.83 seconds. Really excellent for her, just 16 years old. She'll want to take a piece of the Soufriere Stadium track back home with her. 53.83, big PB for her. Takes more than 2 seconds off her previous best for this event. And she looked very relaxed doing it, I must say. I did think that she was keeping something in store for later in the day, but a really big run from her. Luke, second, 58.81 seconds. And Annie Logie of Grenada, 59.73. The only three athletes to go under 1 minute. Nyla Cox of St. Lucia ran 1 minute, 0.15 seconds. And Aria Carter, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 1 minute, 0.56. With Kwao, also of SVG, 1 minute, 0.67 seconds. So yeah, the points are allocated at the conclusion of the individual discipline. I think if I recall correctly, it's 12 points for winning the discipline, 9 for placing second. I'll have to double check that. But good start this afternoon. Nice afternoon showers have set us up nicely. The opening ceremony, as opening ceremonies tend to do, running a little bit long, but here we are. Compact program. We're scheduled to go for just about 3 hours. So we started at about 4:40. Should finish just before 8 o'clock, all things being equal. Long jump continues for boys. Later today, 2 other events will take place in this area. Long jump for girls and then the triple jump for boys. Results coming in now for the 400 meters boys. Limo Olivier confirmed as the winner. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 48.56 seconds. Daniel from Grenada 48.57. So just 100th of a second separating those two. Caden Sam of Team St. Lucia 49.98 seconds. And Evan John also of Team St. Lucia 50.31 seconds. This event up next, the 100 meters. Shade John, the defending champion, is back. Candela Victor from Dominica. Dala Dupre from St. Lucia has been showing some fine form this year. Zakisha Kelly from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Destiny Snack, St. Lucia Yokarifta under 17 high jump champion. Haley Tyrell, Grenada. Liana Daru, Dominica. Kenisha Richards, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And on the outside, the defending champion from the Spice Isle, Shade John. Kenisha Richards, 4th at this event last year. Dupre was 7th, but as I said, she's improved considerably over the course of this past year. Student of South Louis Community College. Will be interesting to see how she shows today. So the 100 meters for under 21. So we had Cadella Victor there, Dala Dupre, Cadella Victor on your screen. Dala Dupre getting her blocks set up. Also a very capable netballer. So we'll be seeing her in action tomorrow. Zakisha Kelly, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Haley Tyrell from Grenada. Snack just taking a run out, I think, so we missed her on screen. Liana Daru, Commonwealth of Dominica. And it looks as though Snack may be absent, which is odd because there's actually a ready-made replacement for her in the team in the person of Barbara Marie Maximin, should she be unable to go for whatever reason. And so St. Lucia will not be able to get maximum points from this event. Just one competitor here. Shade John, closest to the camera. Takes a deep breath. Gets herself ready. Student of St. David's Catholic Secondary. Has gone under 12 seconds this year. In fact, ran 11.7 at the Intercall Championships. They're being taken off the track. No immediate indication as to why that may be the case. Not seeing anything untowards at the far end. There are no flags up, either red or white. So no indication as to what may be going on at the finish line. Your 7 young ladies will be competing in the 100 meters. Cornelius Breen not best pleased with something.
Coaches and managers, please pay attention.
John in lane 8 will really be the one to look out for. The only junior female athlete in the Spice Isle to have broken the 12-second barrier this year. Victor from the Commonwealth of Dominica also in there. Taking a closer look at some of the athletes who will be lining up this afternoon. Hoping to get back underway very shortly will be Daru and company. Kenisha Richards was 4th last year. At home in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, she'll want to step up. And John, as we said, your defending champion. John was also 2nd last year in the 200. She's improved considerably from last year's performance. So still 7 athletes. Seems they've sorted out whatever it might have been that was the issue. Hopefully it won't have put the athletes off unduly. Had this been just an under 21 event and not necessarily a schools event, St. Lucia, of course, would have been able to call on the likes of Naomi London, J.D. Emmanuel. The Commonwealth of Dominica has Karel Etienne, who's at school in Jamaica. J.D. Emmanuel actually would be eligible. She's just completed high school here in St. Lucia. She was secondary, heading off to the University of Texas, where she'll join Naomi London and will be following in the footsteps of Julian Alfred. So the 3 of them will be training together under Coach Edric Floreal at the University of Texas, Austin. Karel Etienne, I'm sure, is going to be heading off to school at some time in the near future in the US. Fine athlete unfortunately got injured at Boys and Girls Champs in Jamaica just before the Carifta Games, the 53rd Carifta Games. There they go again. They're off once more. Karel Etienne would have competed in the NACAC under 18 and under 23 championships. She finished 8th in the women's under 23 100, running 11.67 seconds. So she's really been outstanding.
Coaches and managers, please pay attention as we ask the female long jump athletes to please.
Etienne has gone as fast as 11.42 seconds, and she's just 18 years old. But none of those is here. We have Victor Dupre, Kelly, Tyrell, Daru, Richards, and they're all seeking to unseat that young lady right now with the chain in her mouth and the Nike spikes on her feet. Shade John, Grenada, 18 years old. They're off cleanly this time. Oh, and it is a fine start for the young lady from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Zekisha Kelly. A lot of work for Shade John to do, and it does not look as though she will have been able to pull it off. Really strong run from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Both young ladies, Zekisha Kelly as well as Kenisha Richards. Kenisha Richards 4th last year, and I think she would have improved her position significantly You see Kelly there in lane 3. At this point, then up comes her teammate, Kenisha Richards. Our angle's not necessarily the best. Seeing Richards, it looks like may have taken second place based on what we're seeing from the clock at the finish line. Shade John finishing out of the medals in 4th. A run of just 12.23 seconds. Okay, just a little bit off the angle for the finish. But you could see some really strong running there by both athletes from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Zakisha Kelly and Kenisha Richards. Well, we await the results of that event, the official results of that event. But as I said, looked really good for both of the young ladies from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The boys 100 is up next. Should have a full house for this one. Darwin Ford, we saw him in action a little while ago. He's going to be back on the track. Ethan Sam, defending champion from last year. But Sam will not be present today. None of the medalists from last year. In fact, I don't think any of the athletes from last year is back for 2026. The man to look out for will be Ian George, 4th at the Carifta Games in the 100 meters. Ricardo Mann from St. Lucia, he's heading over to the World Under-20 Championships. He goes to school in Jamaica, but he is not part of the contingent here. Darwin Ford will be flying the flag for Team St. Lucia, 19 years old, as well as Curtis O'Geese. They're in lanes 1 and 6. Exciting talent, AJ Delpeche, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And as we get set for this event, these guys have some very long runouts. They're going to be going over, running the rule over some of these athletes. Darwin Ford of Team St. Lucia is in lane 1. We have Jadel Hector. Darwin Ford on your screen right now.
100 meters boys.
Next to him, Jadel Hector, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In lane 3, 14-14 Keone Esprit, just 16 years old. One of the youngest athletes in this one. Kenneth Nixon. One to watch out for from Grenada. AJ Delpeche, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, exciting young talent. In lane 6, Curtis O'Geist, 16 years old from Team St. Lucia. Ian George, man with a lot to prove, just 19 years old. And then Cushion Esprit from the Commonwealth of Dominica. Not sure if himself and Keone might be brothers. I'm sure one of our listeners, viewers from Dominica will be happy to provide us with that information. Ford, Hector, Esprit, Nixon, Delpeche, Auguste, George, and Esprit. Bit of an unorthodox starting position from Esprit. I should remind our viewers that not all of these athletes are going to be specialist track athletes. Some of them may be coming from other disciplines. Keone Esprit, a member of Pioneers Athletics Club over in Dominica. He would actually have competed at the Makiba Alseed Championships right here at this venue a couple of months ago and took a medal in the 200 meters.
800 meters athlete, please report to call room number 2. All 800 meter athletes, report to call room number 2.
A green card being shown to the field for the second time today. We saw the same in the 400 meters. We've had some delays.
Register your athletes for the 200 meters in call room number 1.
So from the top of your screen, Darwin Ford, Jarrell Hector, Keone Esprit. Familiar with this venue, he is Kanik Nixon, AJ Delpeche, Curtis Auguste, Ian George, committed to Indian Hills Community College starting next month, and then Cushion Esprit. Oh no. I think that looked like Delpeche going off very, very early. Like really early. I don't think he's going to survive. Well, discussion being had amongst the starters. Says he may have heard something, it looks like. AJ Delpeche of Mustangs. Chumaka Mustangs pleading his case. Has a personal best of 10.31 seconds in this event, so he will certainly fancy his chances. Will he run under protest? No card was shown, certainly. Perhaps a little bit sheepishly returns to his blocks. Does Delpeche, the national age group champion.
When the athletes are on the mat, please keep
Right, so Delpeche, I think, based on what we're hearing from the stadium announcer, successfully pleaded, so they were under caution, he successfully pleaded that he was put off by a noise from the crowd. So the stadium announcer is now asking the crowd to keep the noise down for the start of the sprint event. Man from the Trumacher Mustangs survives and is back in at the start. Will certainly be one to watch in this event, along with Nixon, Esprit, and George. And there goes AJ Delpeche. AJ Delpeche. Ian George gives chase, but it's going to be all Delpeche. And Delpeche is delighted. AJ Delpeche, student at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College, formerly of the St. Vincent Grammar School. Athlete of the Year at the Inter-Secondary School Championships in SVG. And he made his case, stayed in the race and went off. That was just a brilliant start. He was out there from the first 15-20 meters. He made a very early move and Ian George just could not match. Really just a brilliant run by AJ Delpeche to take gold for SVG. SVG have been last the past 3 editions of the Windward Island School Games, and they came in this time based on the musings of their director of sports. They came in determined to improve. Named their team early, came in, they think, with a very strong team. They have not won the Windward Island School Game since 2010. So it's been a while for them. Joint second in 2018, but since then it's been pretty much the bottom of the barrel for the team from SVG. So they'll be looking for a better showing, and AJ Delpeche has certainly put them in a very strong position here this afternoon. And of course they also got gold from Limor Olivier. And we don't have the results from the 100 girls, but from our vantage point it did look as if the duo from St. Vincent and the Grenadines were in a very strong position. Can't say that they won it definitively, but they looked very, very good. AJ Delpeche, team captain, in fact, for Team SVG. So excellent start to the afternoon's proceedings for the young men and women of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Came into this afternoon's track proceedings. In third place, but not far off Dominica. Dominica in second with 77 points. St. Vincent and the Grenadines had 69 points after the 8 field events this morning at the Middle Phillip Park. Grenada led with 84, and St. Lucia were in fourth place on 63 points. I don't think St. Lucia will have moved up dramatically, certainly. 800 meters. Next up on track.
Athletes from the field events. So, girls high jump, Destiny Snack, Jeremy Neptune, Lizzie.
800 meters. We'll be seeing once again that young lady, Annalisa Brown. And she'll be renewing her acquaintance with Kezianne John from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Akeisha Luke will also be in there. Akeisha Luke, another athlete who would have competed here in St. Lucia at the Makiba Al-Seed Track Classic. But Annalisa, one of the younger athletes in the field, but she is the defending champion, having run 2:25.26 last year. Kezianne John ran 2:26.79 at home, St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the Beach Stadium, St. Vincent Beach Stadium, and Luke was third, 2:33.20 seconds. Annie Logie of Grenada was sixth, and Dala Dupre was seventh last year. Don't think Dupre will be trying that one again.
All athletes for the field events, please find your way to the medal presentation area. All athletes who place in the top 3 for the field events, please make your way.
We're actually going to have the medal presentation for the field events from this morning. So we have a little bit of a break from the 800 meters. Or before the 800 meters. We have a little bit of a break as we get ready for a medal presentation ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the medal presentation for the field events which took place this morning. For the girls high jump at the bronze level position, Lizzie Dovius from Team St. Lucia.
Miss Emmanuel to assist with this presentation, and for Imran Williams who will do second and first. Shall we all this one?
Nigel Ferdinand is receiving the bronze medal on behalf of Lizzie Dovius for the girls high jump. Nigel Ferdinand, captain of the netball team.
Second in the girls high jump, Jeremy Neptune from Team Grenada. And in first place, the girls high jump champion from St. Lucia, Destiny Snack.
And in the girls high jump, your Carifta champion in the 17th division already earlier this year. She's added another gold medal to her collection, Destiny Snack, clearing 1.65 meters on her first attempt. She had a clear sheet all the way through, cleared 1.45, 150, 155, 1.60, and 1.65 meters. She'll be heading to University of Kansas in a couple of weeks' time. Take up a full scholarship. She'll be doing high jump and sprints as well under Coach Stanley Redwine.
Thank you very much, medalists.
We'll be joining several Caribbean athletes there, including Michael Joseph, who is presently representing St. Lucia at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland. He'll be competing in the heats on Tuesday morning, along with Maverick Pamphil, the British Army champion, 400 meters.
I could put in third place a bronze medal from Dominica Gordisha Joseph.
Girl shot put. Gordisha Joseph, 9.88 meters.
Kyla Jeffrey from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Kyla Jeffrey and winning the event from Grenada, 17 years old. Only athlete to go over 10 meters. Grenada, of course, has an excellent reputation and an excellent legacy of throws. Not least at the Windward Island School Games level. Imran Williams, Director of Finance, supporting the medal presentation. National rugby player and president of the St. Lucia Rugby Football Union. Next weekend, I think we can expect some athletes from St. Vincent and the Grenadines to be part of the St. Lucia Carnival Rugby Sevens. That's going to be taking place right here in St. Lucia.
Moving to girls discus. Girls discus throw. Alright. Bronze girls discus from Dominica Gordisha Joseph. Silver medal to Cara Baba, Team St. Vincent. And gold to the Spice Isle, Grenada, Naomi Augustine. And DPS Miss Althea Emmanuel will present those medals.
Augustine, double champion, 2 gold medals, narrowly defeating Tokara Barber, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Barber, 32.49 meters, and Augustine, 32.54 meters. Barber was 5th in the shot put, but bounced back in the discus, which is a little bit later in the day. And Gordisha Joseph takes home 2 bronze medals from this morning's action.
Thank you very much, ladies. And the last field event for the girls javelin throw. Bronze going to Team Dominica, Brianna Telemann.
Dominicans were very excited this morning.
William, Team St.
with the performance of their girls in the javelin throw. Coach Nabi Wallace was on hand, blowing his horn. Brianna Telemack, 30.86 meters. Only 3 girls going over 30 meters. Telemack of Dominica taking the bronze. Chloe Williams, St. Lucia. She had the silver medal and got the silver medal, in fact, on her last throw, 32.60 meters. And Nikari Williams of Dominica, she was leading all the way through and eventually extended her lead on her last throw, 33.47 meters. So she had previously thrown 33.14. Just 17 years old is Williams.
In third place, bronze medal, Teron Marquette from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. From Dominica, Karim John Baptist in for the silver medal. And gold to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Chevelle Silver.
Only gold medal this morning for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but they've already added
Education and digital transformation.
3. We make it this afternoon. The track events. At least 2 for sure. Chevelle Sylvan clearing 1.96 meters on his second attempt after passing at 1.93. Karim John Baptiste needed 2 tries at 1.93 and was unable to get over at 1.96. The 2 of them were the only 2 athletes remaining at 1.93 meters. Marquette's 1.85 and St. Lucia's Monroe, the 16 years old, he cleared 1.80 meters for 4th, as did Kumar John Baptiste. Confirmation of the 100 meters boys, and we had Kanik Nixon in 3rd from Grenada, 10.76 seconds. The wind 2.5 meters per second. Ian George was 2nd, 10.52, and AJ Delpeche 10.33 seconds. So we're hearing these days about all conditions personal bests. So were we to introduce that, I think Delpeche would be very pleased with his effort today. 10.33. St. Vincent and the Grenadines through 13 events has actually moved up to 2nd place, and they're only 11 points back of Grenada. So our current point standing, St. Lucia remain at the bottom on 103 points. Dominica are on 109. So those 2 teams at the moment not looking very much as though they're in the hunt. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 127 and Grenada 138. So right now still pretty open after 13 events. Jamaica Tit, only athlete over 40 meters this morning in the discus throw, 40.50. and he did that on his third attempt. They only get 4 trials here at the Windward Island School Games. Fouled his second and his fourth. Led after the first round, 38.45 meters. He was overtaken by Stefan Strawn of Grenada, 38.46 on round 2. Took the lead back with 40.50 in the third round, and then fouled the last round Stefan Strawn to 39.22 meters to get close, but not quite close enough. Neva Nanton of St. Vincent and the Grenadines was third. So Tich is going to be back on the medal rostrum. He's second in the shot put to 12.86 meters. Shaquem McRae of St. Lucia, third. McRae suffering a hamstring injury a few weeks ago, probably about a month ago, recovering nicely and just in time to get back to the Windward Island School Games through 11.98. But with a big throw of 13.20 meters, he too had 2 fouls, and he was not in that gold medal position. In fact, going into round 3, he would have been in 4th place, and Dakota Joseph unleashing a throw of 13.20 meters in round 3 to take the victory.
The boys javelin throw and throwing 3.05 meters from Team Grenada, Dakota Joseph.
Dakota Joseph Grenada Boys Secondary School. And Dakota Joseph also on that stand for the javelin throw to 53.05 meters. Zayden Cornelius, 54.53 meters. But a young man who will have been very, very pleased with himself today had 2 personal best marks to 56.25 meters to take the lead in round 2. His top 2 marks would both have won the event, 56.25 meters in round 2 and then 57.50 meters in round 3. Student at the St. Lucia Sports Academy, Jaquan Joseph, also national goalkeeper, so he'll be back a national defender. I made that error because he has filled in goal in the past. Earlier this year, competing for Grosley in the zonal competition, he had to fill in as the goalkeeper when his regular keeper was shown a red card. So he's going to be featured, this Jaquan, in the football competition starting tomorrow evening. St. Lucia going up against St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the Francis Babalastic grounds. That's going to start from 6 o'clock. Now we're back with action on the track. Finally, the 800 meters. Annie Logie of Grenada is on the screen. Aya Stapleton, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Better known for her longer distance runs, but Michaela Olivier, Akisha Luke, 800 meter champion at the Makiba Al-Seed meet right here at the Sufra Stadium about 8 weeks ago. Annalisa Brown of Grenada, defending champion. And here's Casey Ann John. Casey Ann John will be looking to improve from her silver medal last year. Zoya Alexander, we did mention her earlier, her sister officiating at these games. her twin sister, I should say, and Dahlia Geist of Dominica. So Logie, Stapleton, Olivier, Luke and Brown, the silver and gold medalists from last year. John, Alexander, and of course, Geist. 2 laps of the track here at the Soufriere Stadium as dusk sets in. Annalisa Brown, Casey and John, and Akeisha Luke, gold, silver, and bronze last year. Aya Stapleton was 4th last year, and Annie Logie was 6th. So we have 5 of the runners from last year as they string out, going through the first 200 meters. Casey and John up front. Casey and John being kept company by Annalisa Brown as they come to the first 400 meters, halfway through the race. Pretty tight bunch. 3 athletes. Both of the Dominicans have an interest in what's going on up front. Akeisha Luke looks to be stepping up. So too does Dahlia Geist. The second athlete from Grenada, Annie Logie. She'll want to improve from her finish last year, but for the time being, it's still our top 2 from last year, Annalisa Brown, Casey and John. They're not having it all their own way, but they are up in front, side by side, stride for stride. With just about 200 meters to go, it's still pretty much anybody's race. 2 young ladies up front, but they are being very, very closely followed by Akeisha Luke and Annie Logie. Here they come. Brown, John, and oh my goodness, Annalisa Brown. What a majestic run at the end there to win this by some 40 meters. Oh my goodness. She simply shrugs off the challenge of Casey and John undone by that burst from Brown. It looks like she does not finish among the medals at all. Akeisha Luke came from behind, and so too did Annie Logie. We did say that she was looking to upgrade her medal from last year, Annie Logie. And she thought, well, upgrade her position from last year, didn't get a medal. And she looks as though she will have done this year. Akeisha Luke will have gotten a medal once again, but Casey and John, not so fortunate. So we're going to try to get you, that's Jaquan Alexander, a member of Team St. Lucia last year, also a member of the St. Lucia Carifta team the past couple of years, enjoying himself. And look at her, oh my goodness, Annalisa Brown. She looks as though she has everything still in her legs and still has to go do the 1500 meters late. As well as the 4x1 and the 4x4. But she's looking as though she's in supreme shape. Is Annalisa Brown just 16 years old? Boca Secondary School, stand up. Got 2 gold medals already for the day. Right, we're going to the boys now, boys 800 meters. Boys 800 meters coming up on the track.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the start line.
Going to be a brand new group. Daniel Thomas, Commonwealth of Dominica, he's 20 years old. We have Evan John there from Team St. Lucia. He's run at the Carifta Games. Kenneth Gurley, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Noah Coutin, Angel Bellot, Dominica. Omarion Edwin, Team St. Lucia. Adriel Mitchell, Grenada. And Kobe Olivier, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. .800 meters. D'Angelo Brown, one of the fastest in the region, from Grenada, but he's based in the USA. Grenada has a number of very strong 800-meter runners. Coming out of their school system, though, Adriel Mitchell is really the class of the lot. Evan John, also a very strong athlete. Both of them would have competed earlier this year at the Karani James Stadium. Adriel Mitchell, the winner at Intercol. Presentation Brothers College ran 159.61 at Intercol. Should be featured as well in the 1500 meters later today. Evan John, meanwhile, ran 153.44.
This is the 800 meters miss. And they're going into the first men. Grenada comfortably going into the lead.
As they make the cut. Looks like Mitchell up front at the moment. That's that man, Adrian Mitchell, but line stringing out behind him as they come through for the first 400 meters. It's going to be a pretty tight bunch. Mitchell and Coutain. 1-2 for Grenada at this point at the halfway stage. Just about 55 seconds they went through. Decent pace. The two St. Lucians in 4th and 5th at the moment. The two Grenadians still very much up front. Being challenged now is Coutain for that silver medal, and here they come into the home straight. Still a big bunch at the front, but Mitchell in charge. Mitchell is going to pull away and to take the win. Kenneth Gurley coming through, but he is being challenged now. Evan John coming through to take a fine silver medal in the 800 meters at the Windward Islands School Games. Javelin throw champion Jaquan Joseph trying to talk through some strategy there for the 800. A big bunch at the front, but you see the young man from Presentation College sprinting home. And to take the win Adriel Mitchell, 18 years old. And followed by Evan John for the silver medal for St. Lucia. Bit of a transition once more as we head across to the 200-meter start. Still trying to get the results for you from the 100 meters girls. Coming up here at Stadium. Next event on the track, the 200 meters.
Coaches and managers, please register your athletes for the 1,500 meters.
See a number of the athletes who would have competed earlier in the 400 and 100. Also involved in the 200.
First call for the 4x100 meter. So teams take third. This is the first call for the 4x100 meter. 200 meter athletes should be in the call room. All 200 meters athletes, please make your way. Should be in call room number 2.
Dominica rhythm section, Coach Nabi Wallace with horn in hand. He was very active this morning. Maybe the drive down to Soufrière took a bit out of him. I know it would be a lot to ask, but one of the top 200-meter runners in these two camps is actually the young lady that we've seen twice already winning gold today in the 400 and the 800. Annalisa Brown, 25.17 seconds, but she's not going to be running this event. As I said, she will be in the 1500 meters and then will also be involved in later this evening the relays. But you can still look for some very strong representation from the likes of Sade John. Did not have a very good run in the 100 meters. Will she be able to come back strong in the 200? Haley Tyrell of Grenada also in the mix. I think they've actually set the blocks, or laid out the blocks at least, but still awaiting the athletes to come out of the call room. Right, so the ladies are making their way to the start. We have seen I think all of these young ladies earlier this evening: Kenisha Richards, St. Vincent the Grenadines, Cox of St. Lucia, Danielle, Dominica, John, Grenada, Kelly, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She's one to watch in this race. Dalla Dupre, St. Lucia, probably a better race. Tyrell, a strong runner as well from Grenada, and Victor from Dominica. ZK, Zakisha Kelly, another member of Team Mustangs. She attends the Trumaka, Ontario Secondary School. Confirmation of the results from the 800 meters. Adriel Mitchell running 156.98 seconds. Evan John 158.15, and Kobe Olivier of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines 159.03. Team St. Lucia, after 15 events, in 4th place still, 119 points. Dominica 124. They remain in 3rd. St. Vincent and the Grenadines still in second on 140, but Grenada at this point have opened their lead and they are 27 points clear on 167 points after 15 events of the athletics competition. 200 meters. Kenisha Richards is in lane 1. Cox is absent, so we have Chastity Daniel, Commonwealth of Dominica. She's in lane 3. Shade John returns for the Commonwealth of for Grenada. She'll be hoping for a better run this time around. Lane 5 should be occupied by Zakisha Kelly. Kelly, we think, would have been one of the medalists in the 100. Dala Dupre. Terrell Haley. Somebody to look out for in this event. And then Cadella Victor.
Again, 1,500 meter athletes should be registered.
200 meter series.
This is also the first call for 4 by 100 meters. 4 by 100 meters. This is the first call for all 4 by 100 meter teams.
So 200 meters. Girls. Excellent start by Dala Dupre. Dala Dupre comes into the home straight ahead, but she's now being challenged by the young lady from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's neck and neck coming down to the end, and it looks as though it is just taken there by Zakisha Kelly. Team Mustangs and Team St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Form 4 student at the Trumaka, Ontario Secondary School. You look at Dupre there. Dupre had a really excellent bend. And here comes the Vincentian athlete just charging forward towards the end there. And looks as though she just about wins it. Coming out of lane 5 ahead of Dupre. There's a lot about the importance of form coming into meets like these. Right, now we're going to see the 400 meter champion, Limo Olivier, up against the 100 meter champion, AJ Delpeche. So they're going to split the distance. We have, I think, most of the medalists from those races in there as well. Limo Olivier 4th last year at this event. Special shout out to our listeners over in the Spice Isle. Always a pleasure to connect with my people from Grenada, Commonwealth of Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Speaking of pleasures though, this event, this race promises to be a bit of a cracker. Can Ian George come back on AJ Delpeche? Delpeche had a little bit of trouble in the 100 meters. Was felt to have false started. Remained in the race. Was successful with his protestations and won in very commanding fashion, 10.33. His wind was a little bit high, 2.5 meters per second. We also have Daryl Daniel. We also have Daryl Daniel in here. See him there in lane 1. In lane 2 from St. Lucia. Okay, the pair's Curtis Auguste. There you go. Curtis Auguste is in there. That man, your 400-meter champion from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Limo Olivier. Chris Toussaint from the Commonwealth of Dominica. Ian George, Grenada. Might be his better race, the 200. Going to be interesting to see how he works it out. Caden Sam, he was in the mix for the 100 meters. AJ Delpeche, having just taken gold, a fine gold in the 100. He is going to be unsighted here, but can he hold off the rest of the field? Keone Esprit, one of the youngest athletes here alongside Curtis Auguste. Esprit and Auguste just 16 years old. Boys 200 meter final. None of your medalists from last year are present. Limo Olivier ran 22.00 seconds to finish 4th in 2025 at the St. Vincent Beach National Stadium. They're off cleanly. 200 meters. It's a storming start again from Limo Olivier. Brilliant from him as they come around the curve. It looks as though St. Vincent and the Grenadines 1-2 at this point. And oh my goodness, he leads, no doubt, AJ Delpeche, Limo Olivier, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, both champions earlier in the evening. And they may have just done the Quinella. They're celebrating at trackside. Are the Vincentians. They're celebrating their victory. Scenes for SVG. Olivier being congratulated by his coaches, by his management team, the Vincentians in the stands are enjoying the action at the moment. You see they're out in lane 7, Delpeche. He comes into the home straight pretty well ahead of everyone else, and the only man even close to keeping him company is none other than his fellow countryman, his compatriot, the 400-meter champion, Limo Olivier. All AJ Delpeche, team captain, and he justifies his captaincy There's the man from Team Mustangs. We're off to a rollicking start to the 2026 Windward Island School Games. A little bit of treatment necessary.
1,500 meter athletes.
Delpesh, actually a very versatile athlete. Somebody I've been following for the past few years, and he's been a high jumper in the past, and now, of course, already come into his own as a sprinter. Previously of the Chumaka, Ontario Secondary School. Now he's a double champion here at the Windward Islands School Games. Also previously attended the Petit Bordel Secondary School. Ran in the road relay. But really has been making his name as a sprinter of recency. Turned 20 last month. Back to the track we go for the 1500 meters. By now you might be getting a little bit tired of hearing the name, but I would anticipate that we will be seeing another excellent performance from Boca Secondary School's very own Annalisa Brown. That run by her, or those runs by her at the Carifta Games on home soil at the Karani James Athletic Stadium in St. George's over the Easter weekend, taking silver in the 800 and the 1500. Historic, you know, because she became the first Grenadian athlete to take 800 and 1500 meter silver medals at the same games. I think it's safe to say that she's very likely to take 3 gold medals today at the Soufriere Stadium as well. Defending champion in the 1500 meters. And when I say defending champion, last year in winning at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium ahead of Casey Ann John and Annie Logie, she actually won by some 7 seconds nearly. In the 800 meters, that's an eternity. Annalisa Brown, a 2:14.40 runner at her best. Dominicans discussing strategy. They're just above St. Lucia right now in 3rd place. In the track and field, everybody chasing Grenada, however. Grenada prospects in this upcoming event very, very good.
meter athlete should be in the call room. 1,500 meter athletes, male and female, should be in the call room. We are asking the coaches and managers, please take note. You should have already registered your 4x1 and 4x400 meter athletes. Coaches and managers, please register your 4x1 and 4x400 meter athletes. All 1,500 meter athletes should be in call room 2. Please ensure.
Right, looking at the 1,500 meters, they're getting ready to get underway, so we'll introduce them or reintroduce them as they get off.
So we see the start of the 1,500 meters girls.
1,500 meters is underway.
1,500 meters men.
Casey and John, silver medalist last year, Annalisa Brown, gold medalist, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Grenada respectively. Michaela Olivier, she should have a better showing in this than she did in the 800. Shanice Frank from Dominica. Aya Stapleton from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Kiana Alexander. Hela Samuel, footballer and netballer for Team St. Lucia. And Dalia Geist from Dominica. And in fact, Hela Samuel not lining up.
The beautiful sunset and the Peters. You're looking at the 1,000.
At the moment, Casey and John out in front. So we only had 6 young ladies facing the starter. Casey and John,
1,500
as they get ready for their first full lap of the track. We're doing 3 3/4 laps.
From our athletes, leading the pack is St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada are still 2 up. This is done fact. The 1,500 meters.
So as they come through for their first full lap, it's pretty even.
Grenada.
At this stage,
St. Vincent, St. Lucia.
just past the halfway stage, and we're delighted to be joined by the Director of Sports from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Roxelle John. You guys have not exactly had the best of times in recent years, but I understand you've made a concerted effort to improve this year, and so far you're in second place in the track and field. Your thoughts on your performance thus far?
Okay, good afternoon and thank you for having me, and definitely this is what structure and a change in a little plan does. We've had a really good preparation. It was a little bit different structure. We had a number of coaches coming into the fray and helping out. I definitely want to shout out to men like Michael Oliver, Chester Morgan, Wilderick, Samuel, Khalil Kato, who is here. I can't forget Fuzzy, Godfrey, Harry. I may be forgetting some names, but definitely they have been working hard, and the program helped, and this is a sign for things to come.
All right, and you guys have had some really great performances here, in particular a 1-2 in the 200 meters a little while ago for the boys. I wasn't sure what the results were for the girls, but it looks as though you may have gotten 2 medals there in the 100 meters as well.
Definitely one first and third, Kelly, and I think Richards third again. Kelly, double champion in the 1 and the 2. We had AJ Juice Delpech, that's what we call him, 1 and 2, and Limor Oliver, our character athlete who won the 400 meters and second in the 100 meters. Tremendous talent to come. Cassie and John, she's also our character athlete this year, but suffering from some injuries. It's been a long haul for her, a very long season, but we're still thankful for her performances.
Right, so we're into the last lap here of the 1500 meters, and 3 young ladies very much in the hunt. We have Frank from the Commonwealth of Dominica, along with Annalisa Brown, as you would expect, from Grenada, and then also from Grenada, Annie Logie. So 2 of your medalists from last year are in the hunt here. Brown, the defending champion, she's already got 2 gold medals. Today, can she add a third? She should just about right now put on what I think is already becoming her trademark kick. She's powered down the straight, and could it be a Grenada 1-2? In fact, it will be. Annie Frank cannot hold on, and Annalisa Brown can. She takes her 3rd gold medal for the day. What a performance by that young lady.
Definitely strong, exceptional athlete, and Grenada traditionally strong in the track and field area, and they continue to do that. Being challenged today, though. I think the competition this year for the track and field is a little closer than it's been for a good few years.
Yes, absolutely, and I think a lot of that has to do with the renewed strength. And you mentioned a number of my good friends there from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I know Michael Olivier is tuned in. I know a number of those guys are tuned in as well from around SVG. I know the schools competition as well. Of course, this is a Windward Island school games. I know the school competition has been very strong, but you also have had a number of those athletes going out and competing in Grenada, in Trinidad and Tobago, in St. Kitts and Nevis. What's that been like? How has the ministry and the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines been supporting that kind of effort that I know has been led a lot by the schools and the clubs themselves?
Right on point, Terry. We have the Ministry of Sport and the Sports Department through the Finance Ministry in St. Vincent and Grenadines. We have been supporting these ventures. We want the students to go out as much as they possibly can, and when the clubs come, we assess their application, and we afford them sponsorship funding for this. So we are supporting the projects with Sunside Games in Grenada. You just spoke of the teams that went to Trinidad, and St. Kitts, some teams also went to St. Kitts this year. So they're spreading their wings, and we are looking at developing this program even stronger.
And of course, one of the things that always bodes well and provides opportunities for the Caribbean athletes as a whole, certainly St. Vincent and the Grenadines starting to take advantage, I think, more and more the university system in the United States. We're starting to see a lot more of these young people heading off and spreading their wings at the higher level.
Definitely, and opportunities come, and we also play a part in it. Fund, we help them fast fund, we help them to go out because they ask, and we assist them with the etc. Good, so that they can see different styles of training, different environments, and help them to develop as an individual. Along with that, Terry, we are looking at a national academy. It may not be within the next 2 years, but that is being written, it's being cultivated in terms of a theoretical plan. A structure is going to be offered to the government of St. Vincent and Grenadines, and we're looking forward to that bearing even more fruit.
And of course, you have the likes of Shafiko Maloney at the highest levels, competing, going out there and doing very well for herself. Olympics. What are the hopes and the expectations for her going forward?
Well, we continue to support her. We continue to believe in her, and she's going to continue to do well. I think she's always in the top 10 athletes in the world in 800 meters. Handel Roban is also another emerging and very good talent that is out there representing. And so they are coming on slowly but surely, and the product is going to be continuing to develop.
Well, thanks so much, and looking forward to seeing you over the course of the week at all of the events. Roxelle John, the director of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as you hear, they're doing some good work as far as developing their sports product, and in particular their track and field. So some really strong work being done over there, and we're seeing evidence of that in their results this evening. Now to the boys' 1500 meter run. Omari and Edwin, you see lined up there, and they're off and running for the 1500 meters. We have Omari and Edwin, Noah Koten. He was a medalist earlier today in the 400 meters, in the 800 meters, I should say. Kobe Olivier also in there. Daniel Thomas from Dominica. Adriel Mitchell, your 800 meter champion. Diallo Albert, he's a volleyball specialist, but he'll be running the 1500 for St. Lucia. DeAndre Francis from Dominica, and Kenneth Gurley from St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well.
Grenada 1, St. Lucia 2, and Grenada 3. Ladies and gentlemen, 1,500 meters, boys Windward Island School Games 2026.
On their first full lap at this point. It's Mitchell, followed by Edwin. Mitchell and Edwin, but they're being closely followed by a very strong pack. And up steps Daniel Thomas. Daniel Thomas coming to get in on the action. Now starting to create a little bit of separation is Adriel Mitchell. The athlete from Dominica, DeAndre Francis, is protesting that he may have been impeded or obstructed, but not having any such problem. Adriel Mitchell, he's in first place. Noah Koten in third, both for Grenada. Koten just 15 years old. And then splitting the two Grenadians is Omari and Edwin from St. Lucia. So it's Grenada, St. Lucia, Grenada. First, second, and third. Mitchell, Edwin, 18 years old. Koten, 15 years old. Mitchell is 18. I think we would have told you earlier, he's a student at Presentation Brothers College. Runs 4:18.12 for this event. He does. Himself and Edwin starting to re-establish that gap. Getting the bell, it's Mitchell and Edwin. Does Edwin have a kick in him? Or will Mitchell be able to hold him off? Mitchell looking very comfortable at this stage, and Edwin starting to look to see what's behind him rather than focusing on stealing a glance himself to see where Edwin is, how far back. He's far back, probably about 20 meters, and the gap growing a little bit, but the gap between Edwin in second and Kuten in third even greater. So it looks assured that Edwin will get the silver, and as they come into the home straight, Mitchell will take the gold. He's finishing up very well. Ran 4:18.12 to win at Intercall. And he goes just about the same, 4:19. I make it 0.54. Edwin comes across second, alumnus of St. Mary's College. I believe he's at the South Louis Community College at the moment. This is our last individual track event for the night.
All relay teams should be in the ballroom. Coaches and managers, please ensure that your relay teams, that's 4 by 100 meters and 4 by 400 meters. They are in call room number 2. Please ensure that your relay teams are heading into call room number 2. Again, coaches and managers, your 4 by 1 and 4 by 400 meter team should be heading into call room number 2.
Confirmation coming through of 1-2 for Grenada in the 1500 meters women. Annalisa Brown 5:15.84, and Kian Alexander 5:18 or 5:19.00 or 5:18.94. Janice Frank from Dominica 5:22.11. And Dalia Geese also of Dominica 5:41.49. Makila Olivier, St. Lucia was 5th. Hila Samuel also of St. Lucia 6th. And the two Vincentians did not start. So it was Kizzy and John, in fact, who did not face a starter in that previous event. So up next we have the relays, 4x1 girls and boys, and then 4x4 girls and boys. Of course, teams may have made some adjustments to their teams based on what has transpired earlier in the evening, but we will give you the teams as far as they are listed in the heat sheets. So we would have 4 teams in each of these 4 relays, 4x1 girls and boys, and then 4x4 girls and boys. I think it would be all but impossible to beat Grenada at this point. Well, we're at a bit of a lull, but the track umpires are taking up their positions. So we're at least making preparations for the 4x1. I see umpires at each of the handover zones, takeover zones. Triple jump is underway. That's our last field event. The triple jump event is underway. Unfortunately, don't have triple jump for girls at this year's event. Did have it last year. Christina Charles of Grenada took the gold. She was followed by Kadisha Thomas of Commonwealth of Dominica. They both went over 10 meters. In fact, Thomas 10.65 and Christina Charles of Grenada 11.45. She twice went over 11 meters, 11.45 and 11.18 meters. Shaquin Toussaint, who had an excellent games last year, is no longer part of the contingent. I'm assuming he aged out of these games. Remember, these games are under 21. But Kumar Jean Baptiste of Dominica, he was second last year, 13.68 meters. He's competing again today here in St. Lucia. Darwin Ford, as we remarked earlier, national champion, national cricketer. He's in the mix. So too Josiah Dupre, Kareem Davis, Joshua Telesford of Grenada, and Christophe Calists of Grenada. 17 and 18 years old respectively. But we're also getting closer to the start. I think we're just about set for the start of the 4x1. Telesford would have got a bronze in the high jump last year at the Carifta Games at the Hazley Crawford Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago. I believe the Hazley Crawford's anniversary was this week. Hazley Crawford winning gold at the Olympics. .06 seconds. And Tobago's first Olympic gold medal, 1976 Montreal. Yes, in fact, yesterday, July 24th, 1976, Paisley Crawford defeating Don Quarry of Jamaica. 10.06 seconds, Paisley Crawford. Olympic champion, Don Quarry of Jamaica, 10.08 in second, and Valery Bozov of the Soviet Union, 10.14 in the third. That was 50 years ago yesterday. But today, we are here at the Soufriere Stadium for the girls 4x1. Grenada, Annalisa Brown. She's back, and like I said, she's a pretty sharp sprinter for Grenada. Zakisha Kelly, double champion, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She leads off for her team. Cadella Victor for the Commonwealth of Dominica. And then Barbara Marie Maximin has competed in the Carifta Games the past 2 years in the under 17 long jump. Attends Beanfield Comprehensive Secondary School. Grenada in 3, SVG in 4, Dominica in 5, and St. Lucia in lane 6. Let's see how they negotiate the baton around these 400 meters. Grenada looking very, very sharp at the moment. And it looks as though St. Vincent and the Grenadines had a mishap. They're out of it, but it's a very even. Here though comes Dominica. It's Shade John with the baton for Grenada. She's out in front. They passed early and they're going to win it. But here comes Darla Dupree charging down to pick up points for Team St. Lucia. St. Vincent and the Grenadines did not have a mishap exactly. They just weren't really in the race. So they may have stumbled in their passing early on, but Grenada clean all around. Started with Annalisa Brown, ended with Shade John, and added to their gold medal tally, and I imagine extended their lead. I don't see anything that would have threatened their lead this evening, as we had Roxelle John from St. Vincent and the Grenadines saying that it's been a little bit closer than we're used to perhaps, but nonetheless. 4, Dominica in 5, the Grenadians looking in great shape. Lane 6. Let's see how they negotiate this first pass. And at this point, it looked as though St. Vincent and the Grenadines were very much in it, but that second leg for them just sharp at the moment, getting them out of contention. And it looks as though St. Vincent and the other 3 teams, Grenada in particular, but it's a really strong run by the third leg runner from Dominica. But the Grenadians were never really she's out in bothered or challenged, and they're going to win it. And Dala Dupree with a storming finish point for Team St. Lucia to hand them a silver medal. Bit of a battle for them to avoid the cellar in the track and field portion of these games. It looks as though we're going to be able to get to a prompt start with the boys 4x1. They're already in place. So, Limo Olivier, he's been having himself an evening. SVG has been having themselves an evening. He leads off Team SVG. Olivier and Delpeche, I know, have been running together in some way, form, or fashion for a little while. So SVG is in lane 1. They'll be hoping to do a lot better than, or they'll be expecting, I should say, do a lot better than their girls did. Experienced team, strong team. They have the 400-meter champion, the 100-meter champion, and the gold and silver medalists as well from the 200 meters. Commonwealth of Dominica is in lane 2. We have Curtis O'Geese leading off for St. Lucia in lane 6. Said lane 2, that should have been lane 5, my apologies. And then Canik Nixon. A very tough Grenada team. That team also including Ian George. He is scheduled to run the second leg. Christophe Callist, third leg, and then Tarl Daniel on anchor. So Dominica very tough. For St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Olivier, Hector, Muckett, and Delpeche. Strong team for them. Peony Esprit supposed to have been in that team for Dominica, but he's not. Well, he's certainly not leading off, which is where he was scheduled to have been.
Please, all athletes stay on standby. Athletes on standby. We will be awarding medals from each event before.
Team St. Lucia, after the 1500 meters, moved into third place. Dominica, in fact, joined third with Dominica. So St. Lucia and Dominica tied on 161 points. So that last relay could have been very important, and this upcoming relay could be very important. So the entire relay series, these two will be trying to avoid the cellar. But Dominica, St. Lucia, Grenada.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're off. This is the former
Cushion Esprit for Dominica leads them off in the 4x1, but going down the back straight is looking like Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but St. Lucia very much in the mix as well. It's a battle on now for the minor medal, certainly. Can they challenge the Grenadians? Delpeche, too much for him. The Grenadian looks over to double check that all is well and that the gold is in fact secure. Making a little bit of a change, Ian George anchoring for Grenada. So leaving off the back straight, and he anchors Grenada to a fine victory. He would not be caught on that final leg. Ian George concluding a very, very fine evening for him. Kanik Nixon, Ian George, Christophe Callis. Grenada with back-to-back gold medals in the 4x1. They have tremendous strength and depth in the boys and girls sprints under 20, both 100 and 400. This is the first leg. St. Lucia, St. Vincent the Grenadines and Grenada probably neck and neck there, but brilliant back straight running, great passing from Grenada. Stick never really loses speed. And here again, strong passing by the Grenadians, strong passing by both the Grenadians and the Vincentians. But Delpeche, unable to catch Ian George, says you may have the individual titles, but my team is a little bit stronger than yours. Last two events for the night. Mile relays, the 4x4, girls and boys. So Lucia actually won this last year with Grenada in second place, and that Grenada team, including the likes of Annie Logie and Annalisa Brown, both of whom would feature this evening. first event is going to be the 4x4. Let's just go over what's to come the remainder of the week, starting tomorrow at the Bourseju Gymnasium and the Francis Babalastic grounds. Action shifts from Castries this morning to Soufrière this afternoon, and then for the remainder of the week we will be in Gros-Islet. Remainder of this week at the Windward Island School Games. Action continues on Sunday. Netball, 10 a.m. and 12 noon. St. Lucia plays Dominica from 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Bourseju Gymnasium. 12 noon is going to be Grenada against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In the afternoon, volleyball, men and women. The men play at 1:30. Dominica takes on Grenada, and St. Lucia plays St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's going to be followed by women's games, Dominica and Grenada, and St. Lucia against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In football, 6 p.m. Francis Babalastic, Gros-Islet playing field. Dominica against Grenada, St. Lucia against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And there will be action every day until next Friday evening. Monday, basketball is going to be in the morning from 11 a.m. It's going to be girls basketball and then boys basketball from 6 o'clock. Bourseju Gymnasium. On Tuesday, volleyball, netball and football. Volleyball in the morning, netball in the afternoon, and football in the evening. On Wednesday, volleyball in the morning, basketball in the afternoon, and basketball in the evening. Thursday, it will be netball, basketball, and basketball. And we close off on Friday with volleyball all day at the Bourseju Gymnasium and football in the evening. A week of action featuring under 21 athletes, teams of 62 athletes in 5 disciplines. Basketball for boys and girls, volleyball for boys and girls, netball, girls only, football, boys only.
4x100, sorry. Both boys and girls teams to stay on standby.
And of course, we are nearing the end of action in athletics. Grenada confirmed as the winners. of the boys, of the girls are 4x1, 49.22 seconds.
Marie Maximin, Dominic Joseph, Sianjo, make your way to the medal presentation. Darvin Ford, Kareem Davis, Jariah Rose, please make
St. Lucia 50.32 seconds, and then Dominica 51.01 seconds. Among the boys, Grenada taking the win, 41.88 seconds. St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 42.18, and then Dominica 44.43. St. Lucia did not finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the medal presentation area, the girls long jump, and we're asking Mr. Francis Regis, Chairman of Sports St. Lucia Inc., to assist in the presentation of the medals. In third place, jumping a distance of 5.09 meters from Vincent and Queens, Cassian John. Distance of 5.21 from Grenada, Dominic Joseph. And the gold for Windward Island School Games 2026 girls long jump, Barbara Marie Maximin, jumping 5.84. Team St. Lucia. Mr. Regis to assist with the presentation.
Wow, big personal best for Barbara Marie Maximin.
Davis and Gerard to please make your way.
That correctly, about 5.84 meters. Massive improvement from her, if that's the correct distance. Francis Regis, Chairman of Sports St. Lucia Inc., presenting the medals. Kezzy and John of St. Vincent and the Grenadines
Very much.
taking the bronze,
And Mr. Regis.
and Joseph
For the men or boys long jump, Miss Clovis
second,
of the Soufriere Primary School,
getting the silver.
jumping 6.9 meters
Dominic Joseph
for the boys long jump from Dominica Jariah Lewis. Jumping 6.95 from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Kareem Davis. And the long jump champion 2026 Women Island School Games from St. Lucia, jumping 7.06 meters, Darvin Ford. And Ms. Clovis will help with the presentation of the medals.
Jerry Lewis taking silver, 6.90 meters, 6.95. Kareem
Zakisha Kelly, Kenisha Richards, Dara Dubois,
Kareem Davis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines,
AJ Delpish,
a second, and Darvin Ford,
Nixon,
7.06 meters
Dara Dubois,
to win the long jump.
AJ Delpish, Limor Oliver, Ian George, Annalisa Brown, Akisha
And it looks as though we're going to go through the full medal presentation.
Limor Oliver,
leading up to the 4x4.
Annalisa Brown, Akeisha Luke, Annie Lohan, Adriel Mitchell, Evan John, Oliver, Annalisa Brown, Kiana Alexander, Shanice Frank, Adriel Mitchell, Omarion Edwin, Noah Kutin. Your names, please come down to the medal presentation area. Annalisa Brown, Haley Tyle, Kenisha Barry, Shade John, Lizzie Davis, Darla Dupre, Barbara Marie Maximum, Nayela Cox, Kidera Victor, Chastity Daniel, Akeisha Luke, Liana Doro, Kanik Nixon, Darrell Daniel, Christoph Callis, Ian George, Limor Oliver, Janelle Hector, Teron Muckett, AJ Dervish, Kashan Esprit, Keone Esprit, Chris Tuse, and Rael Hamlet. So if you hear your names, please come down to the medal presentation area. For the girls 100-meter dash, we're asking the permanent secretary in the Department of Youth Development and Sports to assist with the medal presentation. With the bronze medal coming from Team St. Lucia, Dara Dupre. In second place, coming from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Kenisha Richards. And taking the gold medal also from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Zakisha Kelly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the girls 100-meter dash top three. Dara Dupre, Team St. Lucia, Kenisha Richards, Team St. Vincent, and Zakisha Kelly, also from Team St. Vincent. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Yes. We're calling again Mr. Francis Regis, Chairman of Sports St. Lucia Inc. Boys 100-meter dash. The fastest male in the Windward Islands. In third place, bronze medal from Team Grenada, Kanik Nixon. Team Grenada, bronze medal. Silver medal, Ian George, also from Team Grenada. Ian George from Team Grenada. silver, gentlemen. And we move to the girls 200 dash with the bronze medal coming from Grenada, Shade John. The silver medal going to Team St. Lucia, Daya Dupre. And the 200-meter champion, Windward School Games from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Zakisha Kelly. Girls 400 meters. The bronze, Annie Logie from Team Grenada. Silver, Akisha Luke from Team Dominica. And the gold for girls 400 meters going to the Spice Isle, Annalisa Brown. Alright, we move into the boys 400 meter dash. Bronze going to Team St. Lucia, Kanan Sam. Silver going to Team Grenada, Daniel. And the gold going to Team St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Lamar Oliver. very much. We move to the girls 800 meters with the bronze medal from Grenada, Annie from Grenada. Silver medal, Akisha Look from Team Dominica. And the 800 meter girls champion, again from Grenada, Annalisa Brown. And the boys 800 meters in bronze from Team St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Kobe Oliver. Silver from Team St. Lucia, Evan John. And the 800 meter champion, Adrian Mitchell from the Spice Isle. In third place, the bronze from Dominica, Shanice Frank. Silver medal, Kayana Alexander. And the 1500 meter champion, Annalisa Brown from Grenada, with Kayana Alexander also from Grenada. Alright, boys 1500 meter in with bronze medal, Noah Cotton from Grenada. Silver medal, O'Marion Edwin, Team St. Lucia. And a 1500 meter champion, Israel Michel. meter female. In the bronze medalist from Team Dominica, Kilera Victor, Chastity Daniel, Akisha Luke, and Liana Silver medal for by 100 meters, Team St. Lucia, Lizzie Davis, Anna Dupre, Barbara Marie Maximin, and Cox. And the gold for 4 by 100 meter female, Miss Fox and ladies and gentlemen, I also have the points standing. So I'm asking that all teams, coaches, athletes listen attentively after the medal presentation. The points standing. please go to call room number 2. All athletes 4x400 meters, male and female. Ladies and gentlemen, the points standing after 22 events scored. With 171 points, Team St. Lucia. In fourth, after 22 events scored, 171 Team St. Lucia. With 177 points in third place after 22 events, Team Dominica. In second place with 196 points after 22 events, Team St. Vincent Ladies and gentlemen, we will go to the final 2 events for the evening, the 4x400 meters, male and female.
right, it's been a lengthy break, but we're back to live action at the Soufriere Stadium. Medal presentations have been concluded for the time being. And we have two more events in prospect. Girls 4x4 relay is going to be first up. As I mentioned, St. Lucia winning last year. Team Grenada. They return half of their silver medal team from last year, but that team includes Annie Logie and that girl, Anna Lisa Brown. So the declared teams, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, will start in lane 3 with Zakisha Kelly, Tunika Kwao, Casey Ann John, and Aria Carter. Lane 4, Cadella Victor, Chastity Daniel, Talia Geist, and Keisha Luke anchoring for the Commonwealth of Dominica. Nyla Cox, Zoe Alexander, Destiny Snack is listed, but I don't think she competed earlier. I see Dala Dupre there, as I expected she would be. And Michaela Olivier. Olivier listed as anchor. I'm not sure how likely that is. Grenada, Kiana Alexander, Annalisa Brown, Dominic Joseph, and Annie Logie. That's the order in which they're listed. Wouldn't be surprised to see Annalisa Brown anchoring, although she has had a very busy evening. I think she's also demonstrated that endurance is no stranger to her. Zakisha Kelly up front in lane 3 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Geist and from there, Keisha Luke actually is going to lead things off. Zoe Alexander for Team St. Lucia. So big changes for some of these teams. And then Annie Logie is actually going to lead off Team Grenada as opposed to finishing. Annie Logie, the St. Joseph's Convent girl, will be getting things started for Team Grenada. Dominic Joseph and Kiana Alexander also in the mix, with Annalisa Brown, I would think, likely to cap things off. Last event for the girls, the 4x4. They'll run the first lap entirely in lanes. Annie Logie looking very good at this stage. Zoe Alexander. Somewhere in the back. Akisha Luke. Currently holding on to third, but for the time being, it's the Grenadians ahead by some 20 meters or so. St. Lucia hands over second, but it's bang bang for that third place, and now really the battle is going to shape up. And oh my goodness, big challenge by both St. Lucia and Dominica. Grenada now into third place. For Dominica, Talia Geist is in charge, but she is now being challenged, and it's a strong challenge which takes Grenada back into first place. Annalisa Brown gets the baton. Haley Tyrell, just 14 years old, managed to get Grenada back in charge. But Dominica, once again, heading to the front. Olivier currently in third for Team St. Lucia. Grenada's Kiana Alexander coming down the home straight. And she should give it to that girl, Annalisa Brown. Well, that's that for Grenada. Annalisa Brown off to the races. Dominica currently in second. Remember, there's still a battle on for the third and fourth spots in the overall athletics competition. There is no challenge for the top spot. Grenada are in charge, and they are in charge of this race as well. But second place in this particular event could be important. Grenada wins it. And there's a bit of a challenge for Dala Dupre. Her challenge falls short. And Shanice Frank, 15 years old, holds on for silver for the Commonwealth of Dominica. Couple of strong challenges from the Dominicans, but the Grenadian athletes responded in kind. Every time there was a surge from a Dominican runner. And on one occasion, St. Lucia getting in the mix as well, but Grenada able to respond in fine fashion. Nigel Ferdinand with the St. Lucia flag, the captain of the netball team. At the under 14 level, she was a solid track and field athlete as well. Isabella Emilian, I'm surprised she wasn't in the 4x4. She's going to be in the netball later, but she also ran the individual 400, has represented the island at the Carifta Games in the 400 and in the 4x4. So I'm quite surprised that she was not included in that relay, perhaps in replacement of somebody like Michaela Olivier. But regardless who she replaced, I certainly would have expected at home to have seen Isabella Emilian in the mix for the 4x4. Well, our last event of the athletics competition at the Windward Island School Games is the 4x4 for men. The Dominicans have not stopped beating. They came in this morning beating the drums. They have not stopped. I don't anticipate that they will stop all week long. The Dominica cricket team, the men's cricket team, came in to St. Lucia yesterday for the Windward Islands tournament, the Windward Islands tournament starting tomorrow in Grenada, I believe. They traveled today with Team St. Lucia over to Grenada for the tournament, which starts with a 3-day game and then continues with the Super 50 later on in the week. Well, Team St. Lucia 4x4, the declared team. We have Evan John there, but in fact it's Caden Sam who's going to lead off for St. Lucia. Caden Sam, Evan John, Omarion Edwin, and Josiah Dupre. For the Grenadians, we have Giovanni Green leading the team off. And then for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Tyrone Muckett and Dominica has Keone Esprit up front. So St. Lucia has declared Caden Sam, Evan John, Omarion Edwin, Josiah Dupre. Grenada, Kanik Nixon, Ian George, Christophe Calist, and Daryl Daniel. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Teron Muckett, Jadel Hector, AJ Del Pesh, and Lemore Olivier. Again, a very strong team for them. The Commonwealth of Dominica, Keone Esprit, Jeriah Lewis, Daniel Thomas, and Chris Toussaint. St. Vincent and the Grenadines returns 3/4 of the team that finished second to Grenada. Last year, Grenada has an entirely new foursome. St. Vincent and the Grenadines with Muckett, Olivier, and Hector all back and joined now by AJ Delpesh. Keo Davis would have been on the team last year. Keo Davis, a really excellent young athlete for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, currently at school at Western Texas College.
And this is the
final event of the night, the 4x4. Pretty even at this point, just halfway through the first leg. Really solid first leg by Caden Sam. Looks as though he might just hand over first. Caden Sam to Marian Edwin. virtually neck and neck with the Grenadians. Ian George comes into the mix. Two very different athletes. You have a distance specialist, middle distance specialist against a sprinter. But here comes Omarion Edwin making a fine charge. Jadel Hector is trying to get himself in the mix, a long figure. Ian Hector pulls away. Ian George rather pulls away Jadel Hector. Hands over second is Grenada. Up front by 8 meters. Lucia in second. And momentarily, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is in third. And now overtaken by the Commonwealth of Dominica. The battle is on for certainly second place and perhaps first place in this race. Canik Nixon unable to hold on, or can he? Canik can. Canik Nixon gets it around first, but now is going to be a brilliant foot race. Limor Oliver and Darrell Daniel, 400-meter champion. Limor Oliver, what does he have left in the tank? He is hot on the heels of the man from Grenada, and he pulls past him, coming down the home straight. All of the Vincentians are on their feet. They are all running along the home straight. The official has to restrain them, and St. Lucia just pips Grenada at the line for the silver medal in the men's 4x4.
Ladies and gentlemen, this race brings a curtain.
Grenada beaten into third place in the 4x4 after making most of the running for that relay, and it is led by Limor Oliver. Really excellent. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference in the overall standings based on what we heard coming in. Ahead of this last relay, we heard that Grenada was well out in front, followed by St. Vincent and the Grenadines comfortably in second, Dominica in third, and St. Lucia in the stellar position. There may have been a change in the third and fourth place team, but I think first and second, given the point standings that we were hearing coming into the 4x4, I think I'm fairly comfortable saying that it's likely that first and second will remain as is. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines really ending today on a massive high. That was a really excellent relay by them, and a really good display throughout the course of the day by the Vincentians to take second place in the track and field. Action continues, and of course all of these events are free to the public, so you are encouraged to come out and support the national team, and of course just support the young people of the 4 participating territories. Support young people on the whole. Netball tomorrow from 10 a.m. Volleyball from 1:30. All of those are going to be at the Boseju Gymnasium just next door to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground and the National Tennis Center. And then from 6 p.m. we will have football at the Francis Babalastic grounds. Dominica takes on Grenada, St. Lucia takes on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I think the St. Lucians will have pretty high hopes for that football team, which looks very, very strong. So do come out and support the young athletes. That's it for us this evening, though, at the Supra Stadium. There will be further live coverage throughout the course of the week on the Government of St. Lucia and the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports social media platforms. So do look out for live coverage, and of course, if you can, come out and support in person. Thanks for joining us, and do enjoy the rest of your evening.
We have the final ending after 20